call the meeting to order. Any items from the public? If not, can I have a motion to approve the agenda as presented, or if there's any modifications or changes?
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed. Motion carries. Purchase order log. Any questions for Tracy? She's back there with us.
I had a few this morning, but she took care of those for me. Thank you.
Okay. She's very good at that. Thank you, Tracy. Internal budget revisions.
Yes, sir, Mr. President, you have one budget revision from Clerk Petrucci to move $1,000 in the civil service budget from professional services to publication. They've advertised for vacancies and have done some testing.
Okay. Have change in status request received from the Honorable Tony Petrucci, County Clerk, for salary adjustments for all full-time employees and part-time employees due to restructuring of the office effective January 1, 2024. And there is a list of them here that I will go through. Is that correct, Mr. Wine? I have Donald Castleman, salary is $42,903.33 to with
That is the new salary.
that is the new salary. Okay. John Alderton for $45,203.39. Mary Hayward, $45,778.30. Lori Welsh Graham for $48,078.37. Lori Mason for $48,078.37. Amanda Perez, $49,053.06. Mildred Winden, $53,078.06. Marcia Null for $75,255.02. Sherry Horvath from $111,325.76. Tony's is the same there. Melissa Ballinger, $42,078.61. Franklin Carball, $42,903.33. Deborah Castleman, $45,778.30. Penelope Dorsey for $53,828.11. Thomas Gilliams, $60,077.89. Jennifer Miller, $50,080. And part-time employees, Kathy Gokenauer, first number here, $19,572.80. Elizabeth Gano, $20,238.40. Stephen Smith, $20,338.40. $238.40. Patty Lord, $20,238.40. And Diana Corbazer, is that right? $19,583.20. And those were submitted by Tony Petrucci, and those are all within his budget from restructuring. So
Is Sherry Horvath is chief deputy or
Finance director.
finance director.
Ooh,
Okay.
she gets twice what everybody else pays.
Not twice.
Yeah, she's
His chief deputy is Marcia Knoll, and
Mhm.
her salary is $75,200.
yeah. They do a good job down there. Every time I've been in, it's always service. So that's what we're here to do, is make service. Let's see. New hire recommendation received from Gary Wine, County Administrator for Blaine Knoll, as an IT Specialist 3 with an annual salary of $70,000 effective January the 15th, 2024. Change in status received from Jennifer Swisher, 911 Director, for April Hedrick. She is changing from supervisor to telecommunicator 2. Her salary will go from $60,024 to $54,443. That's effective January the 9th. Change in status received from Sheriff Thomas Young for the following. Jody Strickler is receiving an increase due to years of service. Her salary will go from $62,626 to $65,756 effective December the 16th, 2023. Dakota Little is receiving an increase due to graduating the academy. His salary will go from $52,466 to $54,187 effective December the 9th, 2023. Aaron Price is being promoted to corporal with a salary increase from $62,669 to $65,756, and that is effective December the 1st, 2023. Derek Walker is being promoted to corporal with a salary increase from $65,802 to $69,045, and that is effective December the 1st, 2023. Have change in status received from Jennifer Swisher, 911 Director for Christopher Horan. He is being promoted to Telecommunicator 1 with a salary increase of $46,356 to $50,341, and the effective date is December the 9th, 2023. Change in status received from Jennifer Swisher, 911 Director for Brittany Connors and Anthony Reineken. They will be promoted to Telecommunicator 1s with a salary increase from $46,356 to $50,341, effective the 5th of January, 2024. Letter of resignation received from Emergency Communicator for Logan Murphy, effective January the 9th, 2024. Letter of resignation received from Day Report Center for Kendall Cosner, effective January the 20th, 2024. And a letter of resignation received from the County Clerk's Office for Stephen Smith, effective January the 31st, 2024. This is a change in the resignation date. Letter of resignation received from the County Clerk's Office for Diana Corbizer, effective January the 18th, 2024.
Boy, Tim Sire really goes through them, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. So, we have approval of the minutes, and everyone was present, so we can leave them in. Have a bond reduction for Critters Fleet Service grading BCP file 2007-056 tied to 006-19 and R00732-20.
Mr. Wicker, pardon me, but it's 009-1.
I'm sorry, 009. Sorry, this foggy head from the cold I got. I'm sorry. Bond number is 8X0005485, and the engineering department has that recommendation. Is there any questions for engineering?
Where's Critters Fleet Service?
He is a heavy truck repair service over in Back Creek Valley,
Oh,
off of 7. So, any questions for Brian on any of that? If not, can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Have a motion and a second?
second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. And now we have the Honorable Larry Hess for real estate exonerations and personal property tax items. Larry, good to see you. Happy New Year.
Yeah, good morning. Got all new stuff here today.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it yet. Nice.
Welcome to our new
Congratulations
digs.
on your new position. Thank you to you.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got a couple here today we had to bring over. First one I have is a taxpayer error. This is for Mrs. Higgins. And they said they moved to North Carolina in May of 21, but they reported a vehicle in July of 21 for a 22 tax bill. So they won't exonerate it, but so I don't know what we can do with that one. So at any rate, it's a taxpayer error. And so that was for $285.20.
Mr. President, I move to accept the taxpayer error real estate.
Personal property.
Oh, you have it under real estate.
Well, she
Personal
does.
property tax exoneration for $285.20.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed,
Aye.
Aye.
motion does not carry.
Well, thank you. Okay, we have for personal property, the exonerations, we have, I think there's 8 of them there. For the reasons that's listed, most of them for double billing and that type of thing, but total all those up, they come to $1,969.23 for those.
Okay, I have a motion for the 9 personal property tax exonerations due to office error.
Make a motion to exonerate due to office error.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those,
The Cornerstone Bible Church, aren't they exempt anyway?
No, they aren't, because they got this piece of property as a gift, and it's just vacant land. There's nothing on it. And to be exempt, you have to have an active service. You know, and they do get farm use on it, but so they don't have to pay much taxes. But they're not exempt.
Isn't there also an acreage attachment to that? Anything over so much acreage that they lose that qualification?
Not that I know.
Okay, thank you.
okay,
If you have 5 acres or less, you have to show receipts if you file for a farm application. If you have 5 acres or more, you don't have to show that. That's the only difference I would know in the.
I knew there was a cutoff part. I just didn't know how it
Yeah.
was cut off. So that makes sense. Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. One real estate tax exoneration for officer.
Yeah, that's for Cornerstone.
Oh, that was for Cornerstone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, they had 15 acres, and they sold off about 10 acres. And so the piece that they sold off, people built a house on it. But the following year, that didn't get split off. They still got taxed for the 15 acres. So we had to correct that for this year. So
Okay. So that was included in the
that's
last
for the
motion.
$659.97.
Okay.
67 cents. Sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry. So I need a motion for one real estate tax exoneration due to office error.
So moved.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Thank you all.
That's all I had. You have a good
Thank
day.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. Board and meeting reports. Mr. Boyd.
Had a couple meetings this week. Roundhouse Authority and the Roundhouse Foundation, Tuesday and Wednesday nights.
Easy.
A lot going on down there. Kind of end of the year review on some things. Working on budgets and different upcoming events and whatnot. We work to organize a little more of the farmers market. We're going to open a separate account for that, separate from the authority account, to keep it checks and balances all in line with the money we've been given from the legislation, to keep all that separate and make sure that everything that's in the market stays with the market, and then have the other things for the authority.
Not to interrupt you, but isn't there a grant that we also can get from the USD, or not the USDA, but the State Department of Agriculture to help out with things like that? Is there? I don't know.
Do I remember hearing something
We
about
got the
that?
grant through the state ag.
Okay.
We
All right.
did, and it's like a 3 or 4 year. It tiers down.
Okay.
First year you get a big chunk of it, then you get half the next year and half of that the next year. It was like 60-some thousand is what we got. There may be some other things there, and we'll be looking into that.
Very good.
The market did pretty well this year. It was very successful, I think, especially compared to what the markets have done in Martinsburg the last few years. This was kind of an incubator market, and we continue to do that moving into this year, as the downstairs and things won't be done in the Bridge Machine Shop, which is where we plan to hopefully move into a year-round and part-time markets in there, fully climate controlled and things, sort of like the Capital Market in Charleston, and then have your seasonal on the back pad back there.
Okay.
with the other things like we're doing now. But that, we look like we're a whole another year out on that, so we'll be another year of what we did this year. The vendors were free this year. Next year there'll be some charge for the vendors. We wanted to get people down there, let them experience and see that it was worth their time and their efforts, and I think we did that this year. The Christmas market went well. We're planning to do that again next year. We went over all those things. We have a big fundraiser and expo coming up. We've been working on that diligently. It's an outdoor expo. All kinds of hunting, fishing, camping type vendors. That'll be in is it September, October, Matt? September, yeah. We're doing that in September. We plan to have a really big event for that, similar to the home show or bigger is the hope there.
Turn it into a mini farm show like up in Harrisburg.
Yeah.
That'd be good. A lot of people attend that.
Well, we hope to with this. Things are really starting to ramp up down there and go well. So, these meetings tend to drag out a bit because we have a lot going on, and a lot of the planning goes on in these meetings for these things and the discussion of how things went and all that. So, all in all, it's going well. The project's going well with the elevator and steps. It's moving along. We did extend that out this month, but it was mostly because it took us 3 months to get the building permit. The original finish date was like December 26th, but with the 3 months, it's pushed back to March, I think, April. On getting that completed, that's the estimated date, and we're working hard to really get things done over there. We hoping that the budget passes. We have some money waiting from Mansion and Capito. Hopefully, if the budget ever gets approved there in DC, and we can get some things rolling there. And I guess that's about it for the most part.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Barnhart.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, as HD, I also had a couple of meetings this week. The first one and most important was the Public Service Border District. Dave Pitznagel was there and asked questions and got clarification. So he took notes, which I was impressed with. So he all indications are will be a good member. They elected Greg Rowe and Lynn Leatherman as president, chairman and vice chairman, chairman and vice chairman. They approved an alternate main line extension for addition to Weber Springs and the Dunkin' Donuts in Inwood, which goes right there next to the food line. They approved resolution number 7 for the Pikeside water main for rousing $685,000 and change. And the drought situation, of course, is easing. I think Fever Spring is up to about 1,000 gallons a minute. It was down to 800, and now it's up to 1,000. And of course, we're continuing to get rain, so that looks good. And then I had a Telemon meeting last night. And that was pretty much standard, just routine.
Very good. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Mr. Catlett.
Yes, sir. Monday, we had a farmland protection meeting. They have been through the scoring process for the new applicants for this coming year, and they've selected the top 4 that they hope to get into the program sometime during the year if the finances work out. Tom Gleason, who's been the chairman of the farmland, was reelected as chairman. And Tuesday morning, Eddie and I met with Ron Stevens over at the school board. We've been trying to meet with him every month, a couple months at a time, just to talk about issues that, connect with both of our entities. And of course, their big concern right now is the excess levy vote coming up in the May primary. So,
was anything discussed about the traffic that they're causing with Pikeside and Potomac?
That's been discussed in the past, obviously. And, there's no alternate route at Pikeside, so it's a tough situation. And you have that same thing in Hedgesville Elementary, and then also down on the north end.
Yeah, Potomac,
around
it's
11.
bad.
Now, hopefully that could get resolved here in the future. But it takes some real money to do it. So. Also, Tuesday evening, I had a sewer board meeting. John Kunkel was the chairman, and he was reelected as chairman. Then following that, we had our storm water board meeting. These 2 boards meet twice a month. Greg Rowe was the chairman and was voted back in as chairman again. The concern of stormwater, of course, is our permit, and we're still waiting on it. My conversation with the folks at the West Virginia DEP, that hopefully it'll be, the work will be done and we'll get our permit sometime by the end of this month. But I told them, and we're in Charleston here in the next few weeks. I'm going to make a visit over there and talk to them face to face and see if we can develop a personal relationship and hopefully get this done. So, and then yesterday, Gary and I met, and Eddie joined us later, but we had a meeting with Chris Strobel, who is the representative for Senator Capito in this area. He brought with him Chuck Flannery. Chuck was an employee with the State Secretary of State's office. He just took this job as the state chair of Shelley's position here in the state, and we had a wonderful conversation for an hour and a half on what could the federal government do and Shelley's influence help us. And the main topic was infrastructure for roads and federal financing to help match state dollars to make road improvements here. And I'm not talking minor road improvements, we're talking major road improvements here in Berkeley County. And we have identified obviously the two main ones, which is the Route 9 west from Martinsburg to Hedgesville. It is now the Tier 1 project of the MPO, and we meet again next week. And then of course, Exit 12 and the mess that's down there, what we could do to relieve some of that tension as well. So it was a great conversation. We talked about appropriations. You know, when they do appropriations at that level, and HD mentioned it, they don't do it by senator, they do it by states. So when you have obviously two senators, they have to kind of work together to get these appropriations. So when one's approved through the budget down there, it's a result of both senators agreeing to that process. So and hopefully, you know, the requests we have in for this year, for particularly the Inwood Park and some other projects, will come to fruition. So, but the senator's been a good friend of mine for a long time, and she's a wonderful lady. And I hope, you know, in a sense, Manchin's leaving, she's going to become the
Senior senator.
most tenured senator from West Virginia, obviously. So hopefully she'll have, it could be justice, but whomever will hopefully follow her lead on future funding for particularly Berkeley counties. It was a wonderful meeting. I appreciate Gary and Eddie participating. Have, sir.
Okay, Eddie.
Thank you. LAPC meeting was canceled. Had an executive board meeting, was mostly dealt with personnel. Had a 911 advisory board meeting. They've just put 3 new folks on the floor that went through their academy. They had a critical incident debrief with the shooting incident involving our state troopers, and everybody felt that that was handled very well. They've still got some interoperable radio stuff that they really need to get nailed down, and hopefully that will happen soon. And the other thing with the school board, one of the discussions was the out-of-state tags and what they can do to continue to help educate the folks that they come in contact with about the need to transfer their tags over, and the importance of those dollars.
And let's expand it more, Eddie. The conversation led, of course, our desire, and Ron agreed, I think the board is to use that money if we collect more for them for the school resource office.
Yeah, they're looking at being able to expand into the middle schools and then eventually to the elementary schools. Development Authority meeting, you know, it's still really active. You know, Jennifer and her staff is pretty busy. Treplar there at the Heinz building on the south building is doing well. I think they'll probably go take over that entire building.
There was talk of maybe them purchasing it, or just
Yes, yeah, instead of a
lease.
rental, it could be a purchase agreement there as well. And yeah, yesterday with Mr. Flannery, you know, infrastructure and roads was our big conversation. So That's about it.
Is that about it? All righty. I did have an airport authority meeting, topic of discussion that the Jet A fuel sales is off a little bit. The commercial traffic or the corporate traffic coming in hasn't been as much here lately, but the sale of 2 airplanes to the flight school, which is now they are the complete owners of, so we don't have that expense right now. They wanted to thank Berkeley County Facilities for our engagement in them and doing some renovations over there for the incoming Marshall University flight program. So we're moving along with that. Hopefully by, I think, the end of this month or the first of next is when they'll do the presentation and opening of that. So that was about it. That's all I had. Anything else?
Yeah, I'd make the appointment of Alex Doye to the Criminal Justice Board,
Okay.
and which I was really pleased with him. You know, he's been excited. He's been inquisitive about how he could help, and I think with his passion there and with his background with EMS, I think he'll be able to relate and contribute very well to that board. And the other thing is, if you'd like me to go ahead.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and take that as a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. Okay, next.
Yeah, and the other thing is that Mr. Whitaker will be assuming the planning commission appointment, and I will be coming off the planning commission.
It'll be good. It'll be exciting. But
It's been exciting for the past several months. So.
months and years,
Mr.
yes.
President, offer just a piece of information to augment Eddie's statement on the out-of-state tags and to Mr. Cabot's statement also. The out-of-state tag support team met yesterday, inclusive of the sheriff's office and the assessor's office, and there's now a game plan to begin enforcement and the fining process February 1st.
They would,
So all
okay.
of the stars have aligned, all of the players are up to speed. Kudos to the assessor. They've staffed correctly. Obviously, you have helped staff the sheriff's department correctly. The sheriff's department have identified a staff member, a uniformed staff member to manage that process. So you're going to see motion next probably 6 months.
Very good. Been a long time coming. It's,
That's the only way it's gonna work, if you start enforcing it.
yeah.
That's the only way. Appreciate it.
All righty. Mr. Eddie, we got an honorary council person with us today. Would you do the honors?
I'd be happy to. Brooklyn, come forward. Raise your right hand. I.
I, Brooklyn Grant,
Do swear and affirm
I swear and affirm
that I will uphold
that I will uphold
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of West Virginia,
of the State of West Virginia,
that I will work hard.
that I will work hard
Okay. That I will work hard to fulfill the responsibilities
to fulfill the responsibilities
of the office of Honorary Commissioner,
of the office of
Honorary Commissioner,
Honorary Commissioner,
to which I've been appointed.
which I will be appointed.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations. Just tell the folks a little bit about yourself and what you want to do in the future.
I want to go to Shepherd University and I want to become a psychologist. That's about it.
That about it? I had a psychology teacher down there, Jeff Klevnikow. He was very good. Probably taught me a lot about where I needed work. So,
You got a lot of potential patients here in this room.
yeah, you got a lot of potential patients right here in this room.
Okay.
All righty. Let's see here.
I gotta tell one story. When I was in college, my psychology class was the best class I ever had in my life. The professor was Dr. Blick, and his greatest hero was Johnny Carson, and that's back when Johnny Carson was in his prime. He came out in class every day and he did a monologue like Carson and did the whole thing. If he had it down to a T, it was unbelievable. So just had to throw that in.
Very good. Well, next we have Amy Orndorff here with us, the Executive Director of the Senior Services, to present our budget for us. So come on up, Amy.
She's good, babe.
Oh, my.
She's been here before.
Yes, she has.
She knows
She knows
us.
the rules.
That's right, that's right. Sugar Rush. How are you? Actually,
CHD, you need that paper.
I'll just leave this, sit there. I'll trust that everybody gets theirs.
I'll make sure Eddie stays out of it.
There you go. And Tracy has yours. You're very welcome. You're very welcome. We can all use a Sugar Rush. Yeah. Well, good morning. I feel like I was just here doing this.
We feel like we were here too. So.
I bet. 2023 was a very busy year for us at the Senior Center. We were able to provide many services to our seniors. We're so excited. Post-COVID, we're starting to see our numbers start to increase again, which is fabulous. We're looking to expand some of the activities, which is great. I just wanted to share some of the numbers that we had for 2023. We provided 11,322 trips for seniors, and this includes running necessary errands to medical appointments. We have quite a few seniors that we now transport for dialysis and to receive chemo treatments. This also includes coming to and from the Senior Center for activities and for lunch. Respite department, they provided 10,268 hours on site. This is relief for caregivers caring for a loved one with an Alzheimer's or dementia diagnosis. And we provided 7,623 hours in the home, totaling over almost 18,000 hours that we were able to allow these caregivers to run their errands, have their hair done, or just simply take a nap. Because caring for a loved one with an Alzheimer's diagnosis, you never get rest. So we like to think that we helped to relieve that a little. Our meals were up in 2023, which was no surprise to us. We had anticipated that. We delivered 31,735 meals to homebound seniors that were unable to get to our center. And we provided almost 9,000 meals on site at the Senior Center. And we were able to start a grab-and-go option during COVID. The Bureau of Senior Services allowed us to prepare meals and have the seniors just pick them up, because seniors are still a little leery of eating in a big group, but yet they aren't quite qualified for home-delivered meals. So we provided almost 3,000 meals of seniors that just came through our kitchen, picked up their meal, and then took it home to eat their lunch. I do want to mention all of our meals are prepared in our kitchen from scratch. We cut every vegetable. We prepare every meal in our kitchen. And this year we were very proud to say that we received the Perfect Health Department score from the Berkeley County Health Department. So it's not easy to do, but we were excited that we were able to do that. Our activities, we provided 2,647 hours of activities for our seniors. This includes anything from exercise classes to general knowledge about fraud. We've started a drum ball class, which has absolutely been huge for us. And really, it's a giant yoga ball in a tub. We use laundry baskets, and they drum it with drumsticks. And that is quite a workout for the core and just for different cardio exercises. And our in-home care, we were able to provide over 40,000 hours of in-home care to seniors who otherwise would not have received a bath, would not have been able to go to their medical appointment, would not have received a meal.
How big is your staff?
I was just about to answer that.
Man.
We were able to take 2 part-time employees this year to full-time, which we were really excited about. So that takes us to a grand total of 14 full-time employees.
You got those kind of hours with 14
We do have
volunteers, I assume.
and we have quite a few part-time. We have 50 home health aides currently. We have 19 direct care workers that provide the relief for our caregivers, and then our drivers. So we're just shy of 100 employees right now. So all of that is done, and we have incredible volunteers. And we have a board, a very supportive and active board, and I think we have one more opening, and we're hoping to get that filled, hopefully later today. So that's what we've done this year. In 2024, we're finding a lot of our seniors that come to the senior center, they are those that are kind of the shut-ins and really don't have a lot of family support. So we want to expand, and we're in 2024, we're excited to say we are going to take some of our day classes and make them evening classes for the seniors that are still working, for the seniors that are able to drive themselves. We're really trying to work on that stigma of we're a senior center. Who wants to go to the senior center? That's the place for the old people. So we're thinking some evening activities. Once we get them through the door and they see our facility and they see what we have to offer, they're hooked. It's just getting them through that door for the initial time of the senior center. So we are looking to provide some of the daytime classes in the evening. We have started potlucks. We do those once a month, and they have been a huge hit. We have a DJ that comes in. We do different classes during that time, and then everybody just brings a covered dish, and we just enjoy each other's company. Our last potluck was in December. We had around 60 people. The potluck in November, we had over 100 seniors come and bring their families, which is great. They bring their grandkids. So it's just a really, really fun time. And we're very blessed to have the building to be able to do that and the space to be able to do that.
Sell to you for $1.
You know, and my counter's going to be the same. We get Jack and his crew, and we may be able to go somewhere. Actually, they're there now fixing a heating element. So, see?
Okay. What, any questions?
I have
Well,
actually.
let me,
Sure, go ahead.
you talked about new programs.
Yes. Well, our drum ball is a new program that we've started. Drum ball with the yoga ball. We've also started a class called Sticks and Hoops, and it's a really interesting concept. Basically, you use a hula hoop and broomsticks, and you work with a partner. So it's a lot of coordination. Again, you're working the core. It's a really good exercise, and it's amazing when you're paired up with somebody that you don't know, that icebreaker, and then you make a lifelong friend because this is your Sticks and Hoops partner. So you want
He's
that-
just
that
trying to
senior
figure out
just
what's
wants
going to
to-
interest him because he's not going to be running again this year. So he's
Yeah.
looking at his
Sticks and
retirement.
hoops.
come and join us. We have our pool table. We're looking at possibly starting a pool group. But come and offer us some ideas. We'll make it happen.
Do you have I guess it's involved with your other programs, but do you have a significant program where you check on seniors at a home to make sure, he's up and moving and, answers the door and all that kind of stuff?
We do that. We do that in a couple of different ways. The first is our home delivered meals. So we physically make sure that person has to answer the door to get their meal. We don't leave it. We have to lay eyes on them. The second program that we have are in-home care. So if the senior doesn't answer the door, we immediately call for a welfare check just to make sure, because we can't enter the home ourselves. We do welfare checks daily. If someone is a regular participant and we notice they haven't been there for a couple of days, we're on the phone. If they don't answer, then we immediately call their emergency contact. So anyone that's affiliated with us, we try really, really hard to have that personal connection and make sure that they are okay. Because
I'm familiar with Meals on Wheels, and they've rescued several people from laying on the floor,
Yes.
and this kind of stuff.
yeah, and we see that all the time. Unfortunately, a lot of our seniors, especially with the home delivered meals and the in-home care, they have no one else. So we're very, very cautious and making sure that we lay eyes on them. And if we see any change in their behavior, a lot of times seniors will get a UTI. If they don't have anybody else there, we notice that, they're not speaking coherently, or they're just not acting quite right. So we then take the
Those
steps.
UTIs, they sneak up on people.
They do, and they can present a whole mirror of different symptoms that it could be 1,000 things, and 90 times out of 100, it's a UTI,
Yeah,
which
I speak
is
from experience.
So that's your problem.
Not now.
Not now. Okay.
Well, that's good.
We throw everybody under the bus here. So. Any other questions for?
Yes, sir. I know the school system, post-COVID, identified a lot of psychological challenges with a lot of children. Are we seeing that same thing with our seniors and what help is available to them?
We are seeing a lot of that. Unfortunately, a lot of our seniors during COVID, they were either placed in a long-term care facility or they just physically got ran down and they're not able to come back to the center. So we're providing in-home care services. The biggest thing that we're finding that works is just the socialization, which is why we're trying to develop more programs that involve them working together, because nothing is better than having a senior come and say, hey, Sue hasn't been here in a week and I've tried calling her and, I know that she was supposed to go visit her daughter, but the seniors always have the backstory on their friends. So encouraging that socialization, laying eyes on them. We have partnered with other agencies to provide some classes and some workshops on how do you deal with that? How do you go from being a complete shut-in for we were closed 465 days. How do you go from, and we did our best to try to stay in contact, but now how do you get back to another normal? So we have brought in some speakers and held some different support groups and things like that for that.
Amy, the other thing is, and if you all haven't had that discussion, I would at least like to perhaps plant that seed, is the expansion of your services elsewhere in the county. As we continue to grow, your services are going to grow as well. So, whether we have a satellite facility in Hedgesville or Pikeside or Inwood or, Back Creek Valley, I don't know where, but as we continue to grow, instead of having one single center in the county that's located in the city, which is kind of in the heart of the county, but not as easily for folks to get to, perhaps. So,
yeah, and I completely agree with you. Pre-COVID, we did have a group that met on the north end of town in Marlow. They have decided that they no longer want to do that, primarily because they've gotten older and the people that were in charge are just kind of like, I just can't take this on anymore. We have looked at especially South Berkeley because, that's kind of seems to be the way far away from us. We have looked at options there. The problem that we run into initially is staffing. How do we staff it? How do we make sure that we can get meals to it? Because if we provide activities, we have to provide a meal. So how are we going to juggle delivering, 35,000 meals and get the meals to a satellite site? And that requires more staffing, which right now is just not in the budget, but that is something that we would like to do, is to have multiple sites at different parts of the county, because we are a growing county.
thank you.
How you doing for volunteers?
We're doing great. You can never have too many volunteers.
Yeah.
You know that, working with Meals on Wheels, you can never have. Our volunteers are so dedicated, and they are, most of our volunteers are seniors. They lead our activities. Our seniors are treated just like staff. They go through the same trainings. They have the same, and our volunteer numbers are growing. Of course, after COVID, they dropped significantly, but we are seeing an increase in volunteers. But come join us. You'll be retired. Come join us. We'd love to have you. I know you have meal experience.
Some of the new appointees that we've made to the Senior Services Board are really community people that are going to provide an awful lot of volunteer time.
Yes.
Richard's been on there for a number of years. Gary's been on there for a number of years and helped him immensely with
Well,
IT
the
and stuff.
applicant we have today, I think,
Is hopefully going to take Gary's spot eventually. And I just, the volunteer dinner that we helped serve Richard last year, I hope that's coming up.
It is in April,
Was
last
outside
Wednesday in
of my
April.
home, maybe the best meal, no offense to your food, Steve, but it's the best meal I had in Berkeley County last year, so I'm looking forward to that again.
Great.
It's very impressive, the food that they
Great.
serve there.
Thank
the
you.
quality of it. But their staff works hard, they do a great job, and that's
Thank
just
you.
my perspective from the past year. committees thought was expanding out from one center, but we need to take dollars.
It does. Unfortunately, it does. And well, fortunately. And I do just want to thank you, Steve. It's been a pleasure working with you. Steve and Gary and Richard, all of our board members, they bring such a different perspective on things. And, you know, I'm in the trenches day in and day out. And, you know, it was brought up at a board meeting about doing bus trips. You know, what about taking bus trips? So we're dipping our toes very delicately into that and organizing.
Nelson girls volleyball cheering section.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. So the girls volleyball team at Mossman, they visit us quite regularly. So we thought, why not let our seniors see them in action one evening? So we took them to a game, and the first time we took them, it was get there on your own. However you can get there on your own. And so many seniors missed out because they don't drive at night or they just don't drive, period. So we took them a second time, and we thought, we'll take one of our vans. And we have Sean Martz just totally rolls out the red carpet. We have a section blocked off for us when we're coming. We have signs and balloons, and the girls come over and fist bump the seniors as they're coming out, which is fabulous. But it was just great for the seniors to actually see them in their element. You know, when they come to play volleyball with us, it's on a chair, and the girls are on their best behavior. And then to see them on the court being in beast mode, you know, a lot of our seniors, their eyes were about this big, and it was great. We also visited a pumpkin patch this year, which we had never done. We went to see Christmas lights, which so many of our seniors said they hadn't been able to go see Christmas lights since they were a kid. So a lot of those things we're trying to really think outside of the box, and you know, we're definitely not just a bingo center. We're just not sitting around playing bingo all day.
Very good.
So
Any other questions or comments?
I have never won a bingo game in my life. So,
I just can't imagine you hollering bingo.
well, I never have.
neither have I, but it is so much fun just to walk in the room and yell bingo. And then, you know, you get the nasty looks because yeah.
You're ahead of
It's
me.
fun. It's fun.
Yeah,
Got to keep them on their toes. Yeah.
sounds good.
Thank you guys
Amy,
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always good to see you.
Good to see you guys.
Good. All righty. Next, we have a Board and Commission interview for the LEPC. Ms. Gregory? Good morning. Good to see you. We'll let you start by telling us a little bit about yourself that we probably don't know or didn't read here, and we'll ask a few questions if we have so. So.
This is a little
Good.
bit intimidating, I must
Oh my
say.
gosh.
At least you don't have a crowd.
I
was gonna say-
know a few people in the room.
How
Well,
about-
remember, you're on the internet, and millions of people are watching. But go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you so much for that, Mr. Barnhart. That makes me feel so much more at ease.
Millions, I'm telling you, millions. Right, Gary? Millions.
Millions.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Multi-
Well,
multi-million.
I am almost a lifelong member of Berkeley County. I was actually born in Maryland, but my parents moved back here. My father is originally from born and raised in Berkeley County. So 58 years of my life have been spent here. And in the second part of my life, as I like to say, I entered the field of education. And I have been blessed to work with some amazing people. Actually, in Virginia is where I started, working as a high school teacher. And then I came here to Berkeley County when Spring Mills Middle opened. So I was fortunate to be one of the teachers that started in that growing community. So I progressed. I went back to school, became a school counselor, served our district as a school counselor for 3 years, and then ended up as a coordinator in Berkeley County Schools in the administrative offices. Currently, I serve as Director of Student Support Services for Berkeley County, and we are a small but mighty department. Safety is at the bottom of Maslow's hierarchy, and so it's safety first for our department. We want our students, our staff to be safe, those basic needs being met so that they can learn to their maximum ability. So it all starts at that ground level. So I'm very excited to be part of that department and to be part of the LEPC.
Very good. HD, we're going to start with HD if he has any questions for you, and then go down the line.
I don't have any questions. I appreciate you offering to volunteer and be part of this committee. We really appreciate the volunteers in our community, and thank you for.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Do you know what the LEPC does?
I do. I've actually been to I can't say how many meetings. Ron Stevens, our current superintendent, had served on the board, as many of you know. And last year, we had a new individual in our department, and they kind of took the lead in attending those meetings. But I have really had. First of all, we work collaboratively with our emergency officials here in this county, from state police to sheriff's department to the city police, as well as our fire and emergency officials. So, we have done safety collaboratives for our youngest children. We did that last year, and I got to know Mr. Lilly, and so it's a great group of people, and I'm excited to be part of the group.
Yeah,
honestly.
LEPC has expanded considerably since I was on it. I was on it when it first started, and it was a very narrow area that they looked out for, and now it's gotten progressively
Yes.
larger and with membership and duties. So,
It's an all-encompassing
Yeah,
thing for
yeah.
the county during emergency times.
It truly is, and yeah, they do great work. They really look at all aspects and vulnerable communities, and so I've learned a great deal, and again, we're proud to be a part of that
So
committee.
you're going LEPC representing the school board, is that
Yes, sir. That's my understanding. And I do have a colleague, at least one colleague, that will probably attend the meetings with me, Mr. Brent Garrett, who serves as a coordinator in our department. And he is one of the individuals who goes around and literally does safety checks in each of our schools, and certainly with guidance and leadership from and forgive me, I forget the new position, but there was a grant funded by the state where they are really putting some emphasis on school safety and making sure we're prepared.
funny because I worked for the health department for 40 years before I took this job, and one of our inspections was the school system, and we'd go into every school, and not just the cafeteria but the school itself, and look for safety violations or security violations, because this is before the modern day security thing. There was no security at schools back when I was doing it, and we would simple things like rocks outside of the building. It's like, what happens to rocks outside of the building? They end up inside the building. And, just simple things like that. It's,
Yes.
oh yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. Earth to school board. But, it's an ongoing thing.
Those kinds of concerns are being addressed, I can assure you. Thank you.
Steve, any
I can
questions?
say a whole lot about this lady. You should know that. But I'll start with the business part of it first. Were you here when we talked about the school resource officers trying to get the out-of-state tag collection so that the school system can use that for resource officers? And I don't think in the country there's a greater concern right now than the safety of our schools with the kids. And I know in the bond levy that was passed last year, a lot of money is going towards even securing our schools.
Oh yeah, they needed that.
And in fact, I just got I got a text last night about trying to raise money over at South Middle School where my granddaughter goes to school to provide locks and things so if there is something going on, they keep the kids safe. So it's a major concern. And this lady is first class. She'll if she's on something, she's going to give it her 100% more. And I do have to tell the story. Her dad's Duke Wood. I don't know. I'm sure you all know Duke. But when she was growing up, she lived right across the road from my wife's home place. And so when she was a small kid, my wife would babysit her. And of course, I would come by to mess around with my wife and see her. And I tried to get them to go to bed so I could have some free time here. So now Elise wasn't too bad, but her younger sister, she was the hard one to get to go to bed at a decent hour. But anyway, I love her to
Enough
death.
secrets, Steve.
She's a first class lady. She's
Enough
great.
secrets.
Yeah, that's enough. She's first class.
Thank you,
She-
Steve.
Anything you put her on, I would hope you'd be available for some other board spires because she's first rate and does a great job for our community.
You must have had an interesting childhood. That's the only thing
I
know.
did. Well, I want to tell you, I have fond memories of.
No, I didn't fib at all, did I?
You did not. You didn't. I have fond memories of Steve and Shelley. Yes, and even further, Steve's dad, Sheriff Catlett, was a very frequent visitor to our house. Not because we were doing bad things. Let me be clear. He was a family friend, and
Yeah, her
still
dad
miss
was
him.
one of my dad's best friends, one of my father-in-law's best friends. And of course, he's become one of my best friends over the years as well. So
Yeah.
Anything else?
I've said enough.
Okay.
You said too
I'm-
much, but that's okay.
Eddie, I'm going to hold off on your questioning. Our honorary council person, she has a previous engagement she needs to go to. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to get a photograph, and then we're going to finish up, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to take a break. Thank you.
You have to start all over again. At
We got to bring everybody back up to speed.
What were you saying?
No,
I can
ask Steve
talk.
what he
I
was
can
saying.
Yeah.
I'm done.
There are some other stories that involve floats down Back Creek, let's just say. Fun times, Back Creek.
For sure.
That's all I'll say.
Yeah, Steve's not adding to that.
No, he was kind of got real quiet on that one, didn't he? Eddie, you have anything you'd like to add?
I do, Alicia. I know you've been very attentive to these meetings, and you know the school system is a tremendous partner to Berkeley County, and especially to the LEPC and emergency services. You know, when I was working, Ron was always my contact guy when I needed something, and it was, you know, what do you need? How can we help? That was always the attitude, and I feel that with you and Brent in particular attending those meetings, I feel that same partnership. So thank you for applying, and we look forward to working with you in the future for sure.
Well, thank you so much, Mr. Gokenauer. We look forward to that continued relationship. And, you know, certainly I want you to know that you can reach out to myself or to Brent at any time if you have questions. So yeah, we're here to partner.
Yeah. At least I don't have anything to add other than, you know, when you start doing these interviews with different people of the county and you learn where the relationship started, and it does go back a long ways, that this community is a wonderful community to live in. And of course, with citizens like we have here today, and we're just very grateful for your willingness to want to help serve to make our community better. So thank you very much, and we'll be in touch, I'm sure.
Well, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate your time. So
All right,
look
have a
forward
good
to
day.
it.
Thank
Thank you.
you.
You all too. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Board of Commission interview for another candidate for LEPC, which is Patrick Morey. Morey, okay, I'm sorry. We have a little bit of a read ahead on you, but tell us a little bit about yourself and how you got to get to this position to come before this illustrious group here today.
All right, so I'm Patrick Morey. I work for Procter & Gamble. So I'm the emergency response leader and fire protection leader for the Procter & Gamble Tabor Station site. Moved up here with Procter & Gamble in 2018, June of 2018. So I've been with the company since 2012. Came from a site in South Carolina. But since moving up here, I helped establish our emergency response team on site with my predecessor. I don't know, some of you, I know you know Dave Simoleski, but worked with him, took over for him when he retired. So now I've been taking over our responsibilities there. Been on the LAPC, going to the meetings, representing P&G there for roughly probably a year and a half, 2 years now. Been involved with some of the exercises that they've had. I know we had a big exercise up in Charlestown that we were at, so I went to that one. Been planning with this new the mass casualty incident exercise that they're going to be coming up with here in April. Just been working with them, been working with Randy Lilly and Sean Wolford and all them for a little bit. I'm also a volunteer firefighter over there at South Berkeley. So I've been there for roughly a year now.
Okay.
So that's a little on me.
Right, very good. HT is gonna probably have a question or two, and
Okay.
we'll just start with him.
Well, first, I'd like to thank you for being a volunteer firefighter here in Berkeley County, because that's very needed, and it's been a harder and harder thing to accomplish here. You know, question: you say you already attend these meetings with Procter and Gamble, so you just go as a citizen or as a representative, maybe a liaison for Procter and Gamble to these meetings.
Yes, sir.
And now you're applying to be a board member.
Yes, sir.
So currently you just go and you participate, and it's kind of just
It's kind of
ears for your
representing
company.
the company. Yep.
Okay. I don't know a lot about this board, I'll be honest with you, so I can't really ask you a bunch of questions. But I appreciate you applying and giving me a little bit of a learning experience about what you do with these meetings, and I do appreciate you for volunteering and for applying.
Mr. Barnhart.
You say you moved here from South Carolina?
Yes, sir.
So what do you think of Berkeley County?
It's not much different from where I came from, honestly. It's very similar. So my town's very similar. It's been very welcoming. I met my wife up here, so she's from here. So
Golly.
it's
That's a good reason to get you here.
right. Well, I met her after I moved up here, so recently married, right?
Very good.
Where are you from? Where in South Carolina?
Rock Hill.
There's a Berkeley County, South Carolina.
There is a Berkeley County, South Carolina. I'm from York County.
Yeah.
Okay, well, fine. Were you involved in LEPC or something similar in South Carolina? Or?
I was not. I was a volunteer firefighter there as well, but I was not involved in the LEPC there because my role in Procter and Gamble at that site wasn't the same role that I have here.
Okay.
Steve?
I want to compliment you, just like HD did on being a volunteer firefighter. It's awesome. Even though our population's growing like this, the volunteerism's going like this. So, and obviously, it's very much needed. So thank you for that. And I just want to thank you for your willingness to serve on this committee. Appreciate that. I don't have any personal stories to tell about
No personal stories.
But he'd be looking for one.
It's good to meet you, and we do appreciate volunteers that step up to serve on our board. We have 30-some boards that we appoint board members to, and it's a challenge to get quality people on all of our boards. We just want to thank you for that.
How many vacancies do we have, do you know?
I don't think we have any vacancies. Everybody's either reapplying,
Or refilling.
yeah, so we're strong. I mean, they've built a very good board. So they're good.
Okay. Eddie? And
Yeah, I mean, I see Patrick, at all our meetings, he's very attentive to the meetings, and appreciate your willingness to represent, one of the largest corporations that we have in the county, at least on the roof, and a large chemical company, which is also concerns. So we just continue to look for that partnership, and I know that early into COVID, P&G played a very active role in getting us the cleaning materials so we could sanitize law enforcement cars, ambulances, fire trucks, facilities, and really stepped up and participated greatly. So appreciate your corporation's involvement there, and just thank you for applying, Patrick.
Patrick, I think everything's been already asked and answered. And again, I'd like to thank you for your service as a volunteer for our community and your acquisition of a wife. That's pretty good to make it up here and
Right.
be single and then find somebody. Well, greatly appreciate you and your company, like Eddie said. And we will be in touch. And do you? I'll ask this: do you have any other desires of any other board you'd be thinking about, or you would, or just?
It's not something I've thought about, but I mean,
Okay.
I'm always open. Like this one, I was actually asked.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, if there are any other boards that
That might work out.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
always open.
Sounds good. All right. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a
Thank you,
good day.
Thank you, guys.
All righty. Next on the agenda, we have Miss Engel. If you're here, you want to come on up with the Senior Service Board, I believe. Is that correct? Yes. It's always good to see you. And
And your husband.
yes, indeed.
Will you stand up and bow for us then? He is a clown of the first order. Hey, you're not part of this conversation. Sit back there and be quiet.
Man, do you want the gavel?
I have known her husband since 1960,
Okay.
maybe probably even before that.
Well, I don't think we have
And he
an
hasn't
interview to
grown
do
up
now.
a bit.
think so.
Well, thank you for coming in and just give us a little brief introduction and
Okay, I was born and raised in Martinsburg. I love it, and I've tried to be very active from the time my kids were in Winchester Avenue School, and they were going to try to close it. So I started a campaign, Save Our Schools, and spoke in front of the Board of Education, and I didn't believe I could do that, but I did. And so I've tried to serve the community as much as I can as a volunteer, because I think it's important to step up and do your part. So that's basically, I've been on Women's Club as a junior and as the General Federation of Women's Clubs, and served as different officers on the juniors. And recently, I've been on Main Street Martinsburg. HD and I served on there together some, and I've been on that I have been on that for 7 years, and I was membership chairman. I did Fridays at 5 as a chairperson, and on the Apollo board currently for about 3 years. And together, Roger and I have worked very hard, and through the county, the city, CVB, and others, we've raised almost $900,000. So
That's quite a feat.
it is.
That's very good.
So, and Roger made me work on his book a lot. Award-winning books. I thought Hedgesville. So anyway, I was thinking about what to say. I didn't realize I had to do this. But I read a book a while back, I think all of you probably know, A Purpose-Driven Life by Rick Warren. And at the time I thought, maybe I'll find out what my purpose in life is. And the more I read, the more I understood service was that part. So that's it.
And that's it. HD?
Hello, how are you?
Hi, good.
I'm going to warn you all to be kind to her. She's very nervous about being here today.
When Steve appointed me or asked if I would serve, I did not know I had to do this.
You pass this test, you're good to go.
Okay.
I do appreciate you coming in and applying. I know you've done a great job, and you and your husband everywhere y'all help out and work with, and so you've been great people. I just you got some questionable references here. This Kevin
I know.
Knowles guy. I don't know about him, but I'm just messing with you.
I know.
But no, I think you would do a great job with the senior services.
Thank
and, you. They have a great program over there. She was here talking just earlier about it, and I know they're always looking for great people who are willing to work hard to help them to do bigger and better things, and I think you'd be a great fit. So I'm not really going to ask you any questions. That's a statement, I guess, and
Okay.
pass it on to the next guy here.
Why'd you leave?
You said
Main Street?
enough.
Why'd you leave Main Street Martinsburg?
It was just time. Randy and I had worked together for a long time, and there were a lot of new people who were interested, and I just thought it was time to let somebody else do
Find
that.
bigger and better things. Huh?
Right. And the Apollo was in dire need of having someone, and Roger and I have worked really hard there. So I didn't want to spread myself too thin.
Well, do you have any ideas about the senior center? About
I've been there. I had Lee Dean there when he was here to do the Elvis impersonation at the Apollo, and met a lot of the people. It was wonderful. And I know Richard Dennis, I know Becky Linton, several of the people who are on the board that I've worked with before in other ways. And Becky's already put me on fundraising with her, so that's
You
good.
said that you raised $900,000 for the Amy's eyes perked up, and she said she expects the same on the ski.
Uh-oh.
We'll take 8.
Yeah.
I'll say 4, Rachel'll say 7. She's got 2.
Roger says I'm the mouth of the South. I'm not afraid to ask. And I think that's a lot of the problem, that people don't like to
You don't
ask.
receive.
Right. So, and if they turn us down, they turn us down,
That's
but
exactly right.
you have to ask.
Anything else?
Nope.
Steve?
I grew up in the town of Hedgesville, and Roger is just up the street a few houses up, so we go way back. And of course, it was later years when I got to meet Gula, but the cool thing about putting these two, either one on a board, you get them both. Okay, Roger's been on the park board for 30 plus years now. But Gula's, anytime we need volunteers for the park board, guess who's there with you? that's the kind of, and it's vice versa. If Gula's on board, then Roger's usually going to be there to support her too. So it's a team thing, and I can't say enough good things about her. She'll work hard. The people that are on the board already, like she said, are dear friends of hers, and I just think that we've got a really good situation going there with the quality of the board at the seniors services. That the sky's the limit, hopefully. So, but I love her to death, and she'll be a great candidate. It'll be a great appointment to that board.
Take a little weight off Gary's plate.
Yes.
Eddie?
Yeah, I just know every time I see you or have an opportunity to speak with you, I always feel very positive. You're a very positive person. You know, everything that I've seen you involved in, you're in 100%. And I think that this board would be very fortunate to have you serve on this board. And you know, I've seen and heard of some of the work that you guys have been able to get accomplished through other partners at the Apollo, and that's what it takes. You know, and I was talking to Richard earlier. You know, when I mentioned some of the folks that are on this board, I mentioned you as well. As if there's a will, there's a way, and you know, that's how I see you guys. That you will get things done.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I don't have a whole lot to say other than when I do see you all out, it's always at a function that's always giving back to the community. And I really want to thank you both for all that you do for
Thank
us.
you very much.
So, and I know I can only see great things. So,
Thank you.
so thanks for coming in, and
Sure.
hope it wasn't too hard for
It wasn't hard, just go back.
okay.
Thank you all very much.
It is for us up here too. So,
I feel very honored that Steve asked me to do this, so thank
well,
you.
thank you.
And Amy, Gary's not off the hook just because he's gone off the board and been to meetings. The IT department will still be there for the senior services.
I think that's over the day, actually.
All righty. Well, next up, we got Mike Withrow with WVU Extension Office and a budget request for 24-25.
Did you bring any calendars?
I can go get them and bring them if you want.
Well, I need one.
I can
I was
definitely
hoping
fill that.
I was going to call you, but I didn't. I did.
We actually got, we had 48 cases that I went to Morgantown and picked up, and we're down to 7.
Jeez.
So I can,
Well,
I'll run back over and get some.
Yeah, there's
Bring 'em.
7.
Are they wall calendars or desk calendars?
Oh,
Wall calendars, our garden calendars.
Oh, okay.
So we put them out at, the library's been the biggest one, but they're all over every farm center,
Okay.
farmer's market, whatever you can do. So we've given out, I think 41 cases so far in about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So going quick.
Yeah. You know, you can see the people here. So
I can
yeah,
take care of
I'd
that.
appreciate one, and you'd save me the trip of going all the way.
Yes, I can run over to the office and pick them up and bring them back today. So not a hard one.
Jack's around 5 times a day. Just give
Well, I was about to say, I'll text Jackie. He'll bring them. They'll get over here. I promise you that.
Well, Mike, it's always good to see you. I mean, coming in and we only get to see you like this once a year for
I'll take
budgeting,
it.
but you know, it's you do good work for this county, and
I
I
appreciate
just want to let you know that.
Before we start, are we going to have an extension meeting?
We are. It's right now. The problem is we have to wait for a meeting with Morgantown today. We have at 1 before we can set our extension service committee date.
Oh,
So they're changing the state level, I should say. It's changing the funding formula for extension agents because we have not. No county in West Virginia has upped their funding formula for extension agents since about 2001. So every county has paid the same rate for extension since that date. So, like, for example, you pay by the number of agents. So the first agent is provided to you by West Virginia University through state funding, and then you pay a portion of each additional agent. So we actually hold 3 agents, which is a rarity in the state. The ag agent, Mary Beth Bennett, did retire recently. Last week was her last official day, so we're in the process of.
I saw her carrying a box of stuff out yesterday.
Yes,
And drove by.
she has
There she
been
was
to
carrying
clean out
a
her
box.
office. So, but she has a number of days that she'll be paid for that she had banked. So once that clears, we'll begin the process of hiring a replacement for that position. She was in that position for 29 years. So
She did a wonderful job.
yes, definitely a loss on our end. We're glad that she'll still answer questions when we send them to her. But for the interim, we are using Jefferson County's ag agent. So Emily Wells, she's answering, or Morrow, sorry, she's answering any questions that we may have. But once we get that funding formula, we don't think there'll be a change this year. We're actually believing that it'll be the 25-26 funding year.
Okay.
So,
You don't get any other state monies other than through the university. Is that correct?
we get no state money unless it's grant funded. We do get Board of Ed money through the levy, and that's actually how we fund the two
Through the
additional.
excess levy.
Yes.
That's going to be on the ballot.
Yes. So we've already started that preparation of those requests. And we've always been a big supporter. We make sure that we put the County Commission and Board of Ed logo on all of our materials during press releases. But it's one of those things that, trying to anticipate the way the university's changing. Extension is merging with Davis College at WVU. It's part of the unification project that WVU is going through to get their budget deficit back in order. But we don't anticipate any change in local extension presence. So,
Okay. Anybody have any questions for?
Well, you hadn't given a presentation.
yeah, I haven't done anything else yet.
I'm sitting here, Lee, I'm sitting here reading through it.
While he's saying how good things are, you should ask him how he's new digs are.
Yeah, I was going, yeah.
So we've been in there about 9 months. Everything is going extremely well. Still working on. There was a roof leak, so we've been going back and forth with Jackie and the company, working on that. But everything else is going well. Good space. We love that it's first floor access. We're not schlepping up and down the elevator. I know that was always we'd have to take 6 or 7 wagons. When we did the toy drive this year, this was the first time we didn't have to block the elevator all day. So we had about 1,000 toys that went out of our office last month. And usually it's a all-day affair of holding the elevator, filling it with wagons, taking it downstairs, unloading, and come back. We were done within like 2 hours. So huge difference. Very appreciative of that. We had an open house. Gould and Roger were there. I should have asked them before they left. But we had about 400 people come through. So good face value being right there on Baltimore Street.
Very good. All righty. Well, tell us a little bit about your asks and wants, maybe.
Absolutely. There's been really no change. Again, not knowing what the university change will be, we didn't want to try to front load or prepare for it ahead of time. So the ask is the same as it was in previous years. We did get an increase last year for travel and supplies. That has been adequate. We haven't needed anything additional out front of that. So we're still requesting. Essentially, the bulk majority that we get, $108,595, comes for staffing the 2 secretaries that we get, and that's again the biggest help we can get from the county. So outside of that, there's not much change. We have found that we are. Our presence is getting bigger, so our requests are getting bigger from the county. The easiest one, we've started to partner more with different organizations in the county. Prime example was Trunk or Treat. I think we had the largest trunk or treat in the county. We had 2,800 kids come through. We had 62 vendors. We partnered with the emergency services. So Berkeley County Ambulance Authority was there. They had 2 ambulances. There were 4 fire trucks. We had sheriff presence. It was at the fairgrounds, and we actually filled the inside. If you're familiar with the fairgrounds, we had cars start parking kind of where the midway is, where the rides usually are, and they actually filled that entire section. And then we went out to general parking, and we filled all the way to the top of the hill. So we had a line starting at 5, and it did not finish until about 9:45. It was a lot bigger than we anticipated. We had crews parking. We had 4-H groups giving out hot chocolate, different things. But those type of large-scale events kind of is what pulls us together. So we relied on the youth fair to provide the place for us to have enough parking to do that. Ambulance Authority was great to work with. We had 4 events come up where we needed to transport people, not from. One was because of high glucose levels. One was because they stepped on a nail. Just different things, having those events. But it was nice to have that type of response that we didn't have to call. They were already there for us. But we've started partnering a lot more with different organizations. We're utilizing the parks a lot more, just trying to make what we have more widespread without needing more resources. So,
It's always the problem, or always, I don't know, curse. You always do more with less.
yes. So this was the first year, our partnership with the Board of Ed, we broke 6,000 student contacts this year. So we were hovering right around 5,300, changed a few little things. So our student contact this year was 6,148 or 68, right around that.
How's the Camp Frame going?
Camp Frame's going well. We did experience a small structure fire this year. It was just with the outbuilding. The current caretaker has some livestock, and a piglet kicked a heat lamp, and that's part of farming at that point. But that's all been taken care of. Everything's been rebuilt. Great response from everybody.
What's the situation with the pool?
Cold.
It held out. It held up throughout the whole summer. That's one of those things we look at every spring, and we're like, is it going to make it one more year? 2020.
Sounds familiar.
Yes, I would say I think that's everybody with a pool. You kind of do that. We have had talks about kind of reconfiguring it, redoing it. The problem is the type of pool that we have is no longer in use because it was put in the 60s, I believe. And every year, I think that's when, like, you just hold your breath. We'll have the pool or we won't have the pool. So, but
It's kind of tough having camp without a pool.
yes, well, we've done it before. So then we
Takes a
rely
lot
on a
away
lot of
from the
different things.
camp.
Yes, it does. It changes the atmosphere of what we have. So
Is that an old Copley pool? Or Copley?
it has the siding of the pool is like,
It's metal,
yes,
Stainless.
and then the bottom was concrete, so
Yeah.
it's different.
Cor-
It's a different
corrugated
it's a
stainless.
whole different, it's a whole different beast. So there are only about
area.
3
I'm
companies
surprised
we
it's
can get to
lasted
service
this
it.
long,
Yes, no, I agree.
That's what ours is.
Well, I can ask Linda if it's a Copley pool,
Copley
because
pool, yeah.
she worked for Copley. So
But it has been,
Linda worked for Copley.
Is that right?
if we need a
Dead.
service, we have to call Williamsport. They're the
Copley
closest
pool.
ones that can send it to
Stainless steel
the
sides, concrete bottom, cold all year long.
Yes,
There's
and the kids will be in it regardless.
Yep.
So-
Oh, yeah.
blue.
Funny thing about that.
Yep. Blue lips and
Yeah.
fingertips.
Oh, yeah.
And they're-
It doesn't matter what it is, we
freezing
can't get
cold.
them out of it, that's for sure.
There's always Back Creek just below the camp there, so.
Hey, we have a hiking class that still walks down to the creek, and that's they don't want to fish, they just want to play in the water. So
All right. Any other questions for Mike?
You mentioned farmers markets and things. What farmers markets do you all participate with, and what do you do there?
So any that ask us, I know that's a very broad. So we've done the Martinsburg market. We've actually set up pop-up stands at the Berkeley Senior Center. We've done pop-up stands at Senior Towers. And what we do when we take anything there, it's either educational in nature based on the product, or we take our food, we call it F&P. It's our nutrition director, essentially. She's a nutritional outreach instructor, Karen Kozlowski. And she'll take whatever is in season and make a version of a recipe that they can taste, just for healthy nutrition. If I go, it's usually a youth-based activity. So we've done stuff with Main Street Martinsburg where we've set up different activities. We did sand art at the last one. We also have a smoothie bike that I got through a grant when I first started. We'll take it out and talk about sugar consumption, and I have all the different cans with the number of packets of sugar that are in each one, and they can see, and everyone that comes can make like fruit smoothies. It really just depends on what they ask us to do. We've got about 15 different programs that we can offer just in an outdoor setting.
Did you guys participate at the Roundhouse this year?
We did not this year, no. This year, we were at the library 4 times. We were at Senior Center a couple times. Main Street Martinsburg, we were there twice.
Main Street, they had another farmers market this year besides?
It was their events. It wasn't necessarily their
okay.
farmers market.
Because we have the farmers market every Saturday at the Roundhouse. Kind of, Main Street was supposed to be involved, but they kind of took a side seat. Now that they're out of it. But, it's a full-time market, and we plan to move it on to being a full-time market year-round soon in the next year or so. So if you could, maybe reach out. I think Willowborn Farms is managing the market. Because it'd be great to have you guys down there.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something we can commit to every week. But it's definitely something we can add.
There's bigger
additional
event
program.
weekends too as well. Like there was the back to school thing this year where they gave out school supplies. At
Oh,
the
we did do
farmers
that.
market. So you were at that one this
Yeah,
year?
but it was more of we collected supplies and donated for the process.
Gotcha.
And a lot of that has to do with the number of kids we have. So they do toy drive, they do the back to school drive, they do a food drive for Diana Walton. But we've participated in that way, but not actually, we haven't had a physical presence.
Are you involved with the church there on Edmund Miller Boulevard? They're doing I haven't done anything with it recently, but I noticed you're putting a lot of beds in.
Yes, so our master gardeners are working with, I want to say Dana DeJarnette in Charlotte, Norris.
Yeah, I've seen you remember something about Dana D. Jardette talking about developing that, but I didn't.
So our master gardeners, I believe, are the ones that are helping. They help to build those facilities.
Well, they got a little ways to go yet.
Yes, correct. But Mary Beth was helping with the master gardener group, so
Yeah.
I'm not as well versed with it. But I do know that they've went out and built with that group. And the only reason I know that is because they also built the beds out at the Boys and Girls Club with Stacy Ray.
I noticed there's several community gardens around. Most of them are a little bit on the unattended side, like the one on Lakeview Drive or where it is there. Beside the old 7-Eleven that's now an insurance company. There's one there, and there's one on Martin Street, or not Martin Street, but no, there's several around, and most of them are a little worse for wear.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're involved in any of those or not.
Like I said, I know Mary Beth had a couple that she had been working with the Master Gardener group, but I don't know exactly which ones per se.
But you do expect at this point no cuts from the university with their situation?
We went through the first round of budget cuts, and I'll be honest, the reason why we kind of made it through without any qualms is because we've never relied on state support. We've always had county support. A lot of counties in West Virginia do not get as much support from their county commission or their board of ed. There's some that get no funding from a levy. There's some that get no secretary provided by the county commission or county council. So that's one thing we've always kind of been, extremely grateful for. I know Mr. Davis used to say, but do we have to? No, Berkeley County does not have to offer extension, but we've always made it a priority.
Yeah,
All
but
of
I
our
think
members.
county extension is an important function
Yes.
of the land grant university that is West Virginia. And
We
if
play a lot of different little roles in a lot of
Yeah,
different
and
pieces.
if we can support and enhance that, I'm in 100%.
Yes. And it's always been a fun endeavor. Being a product of the county, I was in 4-H when I was 5, 9, whatever it was. But it's always been instrumental in a lot of different people's lives.
Yeah.
Whether it's as a 4-H member, as a, just a general person calling, we probably get 100 phone calls a day. How do I grow this? What time do I pick that? How do I cut this back? Just this morning, we actually had a lady from Oklahoma State call because I was a recipient of a national award, and she saw it on some site and called and wanted to know if she could come. Absolutely, come on out. So they're making arrangements to come out in March and watch one of our 4-H clubs. So a lot of fun
What's
things.
your level of funding from the excess levy at the moment?
Currently, we get $68,000.
68.
And that funds our second and third agent, as well as about $5,000 in travel and supplies.
We've had some discussion, or at least I have it, with Ron, Eddie and I, but then even some of their board members, I've had a discussion about the entities that they fund now, that excess levy, about upping the ante a little
Yes.
bit.
And we've
It
asked,
brings in over 31 million.
Yes.
And I know that conversation has been going on with the Board of Ed, so hopefully that could be,
we've asked for an increase of $25,000, and that is to fund for the current year. We try to every summer hire a Berkeley County resident to be our summer intern. It puts about $7,000 in the pocket of one of our, it doesn't have to be a 4-H member, it's someone that's going to a university in West Virginia. But we've been very fortunate for the past couple of years to have one or two. So this past year we had two.
The Board of Education has a representative on the Extension Service.
Michael Martin. So we've been able to use that money to fund those positions.
Any other questions?
And we also do a lot of grant writing, and I think that's a very instrumental piece. We don't just rely on the funding we get from County Commission and County Board of Ed. We also bring in about $100,000 annually just for 4-H through different grants.
I do have, you mentioned about winning a national award. What was that, Michael?
So I actually won 2 in the past year. I don't brag on myself. That's not my style.
No, I'm glad you mentioned it so I could.
So we can ask about it.
I won a ASA award, Achievement Service Award for the National 4-H Association. It's just kind of, it gets voted on by your peers in the state, and then you go up against the national competitors. So I was one of those recipients, one of 2 from the state of West Virginia. And then, like, this is the part I'm sweating about. I can talk about the program all day. Don't make me talk about myself. But the other one was I was part of a publication series that got accepted through National 4-H Council and then published by the National 4-H Association. So anybody can log on to any of the websites. And it's essentially how you can get a 4-H club up and running. It's a series of 9 different articles. But anybody can request them, anybody can use them. They're PDF manageable on the state 4-H site, so you can cut and paste what you need. But it was one of the top 26 programs that came out of National 4-H this year.
Well, congratulations.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I've seen your interaction with the children in 4-H, especially at the youth fair, and it's tremendous.
I appreciate
that. They just attach themselves to you. Great job.
We do some big things. This was the first year West Virginia takes 8 kids to National 4-H Congress in Atlanta. And this year, 2 Berkeley County kids got to go. Cole Horner and Hunter Dunham from Back Creek. So the fact that we pulled a quarter of, what the states can send, I think that says something about the quality of our program and the kids we take.
Yes, it does.
So.
All right.
Thank you for all you do.
Absolutely. Glad to do it.
I think Mikey working in the building is probably the most significant thing. If you ask my kids who are in 4-H, they walk. My oldest daughter now in graduate school, when Mikey first met Tom, she came up and I was here long before Mikey. She said, "Dad, you work in the same building as Mikey does?"
It's weird to have that notoriety, being a nobody in Berkeley County, going to the 4-H agent. It's funny because my mom will say, like, everybody knew her from the orchard, we're related to Orge. She's always worked there. So we were always like, oh, it's the farm market, kids or whatever. But somebody called her Mikey's mom for the first time a couple years ago. And that's like, to her, like, that was the biggest thing. Like, so, but it's been exciting. I'm now working on a PhD. In addition to everything I do normally, so I'm in class.
Gotta call you doctor?
Do what?
Gotta call you doctor, Susan?
No,
PhD?
I'm not a title person.
PhD? It's a post hole digger.
Yeah.
Pretty much. That's what it feels like some days.
I got that degree.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Some days I think I'd rather have it. But since starting it, I have a lot of students that have aged out of the 4-H program, and we kind of all get together on Tuesdays and study. So it's kind of funny. There's probably 10 or 15 of us. Some of them are even in school teaching. One of them is at WVU. But to have that still group of 4-Hers that gets together, I think that speaks volumes about what we're doing.
I think we have a pretty good active 4-H group in this whole county.
We have the second largest in the state. And we missed it by 12 members, which
12.
Went to Jackson County, and it's because of their livestock program.
Okay.
They have about double the farmland that we do. And they offer the program through the school system as well. But they have program assistance and a lot of different support being in that area of the state that we're not quite privy to.
Yeah. Anything else, guys?
Don't forget our calendars.
I'll run over and grab a stack and bring over.
I need a calendar.
He's not worth a special trip.
I have to run to the bank anyway, so
I'm on his committee.
I got to keep that one happy.
All right. Well, Mike, thank you so much for all you do for the kids and the county itself. So I greatly appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Well, guess who's next? Miss Maria. Come on up and.
Did you say the best for last? I'm just kidding.
Yes, we did.
The last before lunch. Right. Okay. already.
Well, he works for us. Oh, no.
No one
There you
I can
go.
look at
And
the,
look.
don't put him
There
here.
you go.
Just put him right down there.
That's exactly right. A snack
Gosh.
before lunch. You all remember my colleague, Nikki Wilson, who, by the way, is also working on her PhD in nonprofit board management. Organizational leadership.
So it's not a
there you go.
post-hole digger degree.
Exactly, exactly. Well, thank you all, gentlemen. First off, I am Maria Lawrenson, the Development Director at Hospice the Panhandle. I know all of you very well. And let me start off by thanking you both collectively and individually for all of your support of our organization over the years. I'd be certainly remiss if I didn't mention Mr. Wine in particular, who did a little bit of consulting work, shall we say, when our new CEO, the other Nikki, took over, and we were having some sort of IT issues, and he came out and met with her, and we really appreciate the support of the County Commission in so many ways. So I'm here to talk to you today about Hospice of the Panhandle, but also Panhandle Palliative Services, which this coming spring will be in its third year. Still a relatively new part of our organization. Most people know about hospice, have had the hospice experience, but Panhandle Palliative Services is a little bit new. We're serving about 190 patients today. That's different from the 230 patients that are in hospice care today. The basic difference between Panhandle Palliative and Hospice of the Panhandle is that when you're in Panhandle Palliative, you can do the whole gamut of aggressive treatments, if you will. If you're a kidney patient on dialysis, if you're a cancer patient on chemo, you can still get that whole array of services, whereas most of you realize under the hospice umbrella, you pretty much forego the aggressive services. So Panhandle Palliative is still relatively new, but we're serving a ton of people. This coming spring, like I said, we'll celebrate 3 years, and we have served 500 patients in that program. One of the things that we've learned is that oftentimes, people are still very frightened by the H word. And if we can move them into sort of a softer landing spot to begin with Panhandle Palliative. And what it is really in-home care, again, by a nurse practitioner who comes and visits you in your home. If you still want to go out to your doctor's appointments, still are getting, like I said, all of those aggressive treatments, absolutely fine. But Panhandle Palliative offers this array of services with an in-home visit by a nurse practitioner, who we now have 2 on staff who do nothing but Panhandle Palliative, and they're working with patients throughout the progression of their illness, which might be not necessarily terminal, but chronic through the trajectory of illness. And that's one of the things that we're looking at hospice, is trying to become not necessarily one size that fits all, but if you don't know what door you need to go into, we have a bigger array of services. And that's really coming down the pike, probably more rapidly than we're really ready for, but we're going to do our best. But obviously, our primary service is hospice patients and families. We care for folks in their homes. We care for folks in nursing homes, assisted livings, and we care for folks at our inpatient facility. So 3 levels where we can be taking care of people. I'm going to sort of change up my, I know you're ready for lunch, but I'm going to sort of change up what I normally do here. Instead of talking numbers, I'm going to talk to you about a story. that I actually shared with some of our supporters at the VFW in Berkeley Springs, who love us because of the care that we offer for veterans. I think I've told you before that about 25% of our patient population is veterans, and I think that speaks to the fact that we're right next to the VA center, and the way West Virginians serve their state and their country as veterans. So if you'll bear with me, this is a little bit long. It was written by one of our social workers, and she gives you a lot of detail here, but it's a lovely story I think you'll appreciate. This happened shortly before Christmas. I had the absolute privilege to meet this patient, this man and hero, and assist him and his wife, providing them with the best possible care. This patient served in World War II. I love all veterans, like we all do, and World War II is the oldest war that a veteran can give personal testimony to at this time. Just incredible. The greatest generation, and they're becoming a smaller part of our population. When I'm visiting with these patients, I know I'm in the presence of greatness, and I have goosebumps. A few interesting facts from the World War II Museum. The last World War I veteran died in 2011, and I'm sure you all remember Frank Buckles, who was a World War I veteran who died under hospice care, and what a privilege it was to take care of him. Right. So there are approximately 119,000 veterans from the World War II era still alive today throughout the whole United States. 131 of them die each day. So when our hospice gets the absolute honor to provide care to one of these precious last remaining heroes of the greatest war, knowing that one day very soon there will be no more of them on this earth, it's really sacred. This patient entered our program with a short prognosis, but he had capacity, meaning that he still could make his own decisions. He served as an ammunition specialist. He was deployed to he was deployed to Normandy and served there and in France and in Germany. He met a woman in France. After the war ended, he remained in France and they married, but sadly she and their first child died during childbirth. He was heartbroken, returned to the U.S. He married and had 2 children, but eventually divorced his second wife and then met his current wife, and they lived a very happy, beautiful life together for 35 years. He's quiet and humble. He lay very ill, but comfortable in his bed, alert with tears streaming down his face, knowing he was close to passing and being fully aware. I discussed his prognosis as well as his Catholicism and asked if he or she had spoken about the anointing of the sick, which is the last sacrament that Catholics can take part in. She was tearful and relayed that he had not received it and had not discussed it because it was too difficult for them. They attend St. Joseph's Church in Martinsburg. I discussed with her the importance of the sacrament and relayed to her I'd have the conversation with the patient. She was so thankful, and she could not come into the room while I had this conversation. I entered his room and discussed him receiving the sacrament, and with tears streaming down his eyes, he nodded yes. I told him there's no doubt there's a place for you in heaven, and you've given so much to this world. Literally, you deserve to receive this. And he looked right into my eyes with tears streaming down, giving me the slightest nod and letting me know that he was ready for this sacrament. And as a veteran of the greatest generation who fought and risked his life for peace on earth, I believed he deserved to spend his last hours in peace, and hospice was going to make sure that happened. It was very late in the day. I told the patient's wife. She hugged me. I coordinated with the chaplain, and within the hour, a priest from St. Joseph arrived to give him the sacrament. At the time, his neighbor came in. He is also very involved in the church, and was witness to the sacrament. When the father arrived, the primary caregiver, myself, and the neighbor went to the patient's room to surround him with love and witness the sacrament. It was one of the most beautiful moments I've ever experienced. It was surreal. I'm never at a loss for words, but I couldn't verbalize the emotions in that patient's bedroom at the time, but I will never forget it. The patient's neighbor was crying. I walked out of the room and hugged him. He said, 2 years ago, my son, at age 52, died in our home 2 doors down under the care of Hospice of the Panhandle. And this same priest came to him to give him the same sacrament. So this experience was very emotional and very touching. That World War II veteran died 2 days later, one of the 131 that day. And we at Hospice of the Panhandle were part of making it the best experience possible. Because of all he's done for his country, for his world, he deserved nothing less. And I was going to make sure that we took care of him. So that's my story. I'm sorry I get emotional through it, but my dad was a World War II veteran. I'm sure you all have had someone in your life that have had that happen. And, you know, this is one of the things I think that people don't realize that our agency can be part of as well. And you, as partners with us, help make that happen. So thank you.
Is your facility there on the county line, is it still big enough for you? Are you thinking about expanding it or anything?
It is, and interesting you asked that, Jim. We actually have built it with the idea that, I don't know if you all have been out lately, but we have neighbors right down the road from us that we had never really anticipated. We have this beautiful idyllic setting, and then somebody built townhouses, but it happens. But out the back door, where we have a garage, actually, so that ambulances, Brown's Funeral Home, so that folks can drive in there, it actually is capable of us adding 7 more rooms if we need it. But I have to tell you, here's another interesting tidbit. This spring, we celebrate 10 years on our campus, which I can't hardly believe. We're going to have a celebration, by the way. I've been looking at my emails. I think we're going to have Senator Capito come and celebrate with us in April. But that being said, in my 10 years of watching, we've probably been full a half dozen times.
Oh, really?
We still need to share the message, tell the story, you know, because people are just reluctant to come and do this. So, Eddie, you're just smiling at me.
It's a, you know, we're so fortunate to have a hospice facility in this county for everything good that you all do for folks.
Thank you.
Yeah. I've always said, don't hesitate to call.
Jim certainly has had the experience. I know most of you have as well. Steve tells the story very often, and Jim has told his story as well. Up on the mountain. We go up on the mountain if we need to, right?
Yep. You can't get any further from here, I'll tell you.
Yeah, any kind of weather. You know, the other day, you know, you just hear stories of, you know, of folks going in just unbelievable, you know, the nurses, the aides, the social workers, the chaplains, just in unbelievable conditions, and just go. They just go.
Yeah.
So.
Without hesitation.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Feel free to reach out. We will certainly let you know about April.
Well, thank you so much for the cookies.
Yeah,
That'll go good with our lunch.
I was sort of trying to get in touch with somebody downstairs because I forgot to bring napkins, but never heard back. So we're napkinless.
I think we can handle those.
Okay, they're good cookies. They're homemade, aren't they, Penny?
Yeah.
So, all right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all so much.
You're welcome.
For all that you do.
You are quite welcome. All right.
Mr. Wine.
Penny, you promised I never follow Maria.
Yeah. Just let me know the day she's here. I won't be here.
I have two items. The first item is budget revision state budget revision number 7. We did 6 last week, only to meet the deadline of some stuff that needed to happen. But in that process, this week, what we need to do is actually validate and increase the budget for some transactions from ARPA that we had the last couple months. For your consideration is a budget revision that increases your Fund 1 by $2,856,971. On the distribution side of that, $200,000 will be put into account 960, which is the account we pay lease payments out for vehicles and outfitting, and the other $2,656,971, 1 year 988, which is your capital outlay construction costs. So the balance transaction is $2,856,971.
All righty. Need a motion to approve the state budget revision 07 Fund 001.
I'd like to move that we approve state budget revision number 07 Fund 00.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Like sign opposed, motion carries.
The last item I have for your consideration, and I just need some direction, is over the years we have fielded many requests for an opportunity to present us with proposals for commercial cleaning, contractual commercial cleaning. We used to do it that way back when I started here, and over the years we've modified and hired staff and do it internally. What I'm asking is for your permission, if you don't mind, is to put that process out on the street and see what professional commercial contracts look like compared to what we do internally with staff. I by no means wanted to take and exercise that option if the commission had no desire, so I don't need a motion, I just need your direction if it's okay to finalize the request for proposals and put it on the street and see what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd say if it's budget savings or budget neutral, it would probably be beneficial to us.
It affected your staffing, and I by no means wanted to do it without your approval, so if there's consensus, I'll have no decision to be made, and
Yeah, there's,
Keep one involved, Gary.
about 7.5.
7.5
Yes, half
that they work through, Jack.
work through facilities. Yes, sir. So if you don't have any issues, we'll get it on street. And see what else.
I mean, I think we should take a look at it and see what it goes.
That's all I have.
All righty. That's it then. We'll go with any items from the public.
is any public?
No public here besides Anthony.
You got anything for us?
Nothing for us. Mr. Barnhart?
Well, we're going to executive session, so I'll move.
Yeah, at 1 o'clock, we will be going
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
executive session. We're going to just take a little break
Yeah.
until then. All righty. We're on break until 1.
She moved it to her face.
Okay. All righty, back in session, and we need to go into an executive session for personnel.
I move we go in executive session for personnel matters.
We have a second.
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Like sign opposed, motion carries. We are in executive session. Okay, we are out of executive session. There's not really any action to be taken other than after the review of the applications for the interim sheriff. We have selected 3 out of the 8 possible candidates. The first one is Robert Allen Blair. Second one is Jeremy J. Farner. And last is David Scott Richmond, and they will be interviewed on Tuesday at 9:30 a.m. in the morning.
Starting at that.
Starting at 9:30
Public meeting.
at a public meeting here in these chambers. Any other business? Mr. Barnhart?
Mr. President, I would sure like to go home, so I'd like to move to recess.
We are in recess. Thank you.